The Forgotten Stone House in the Forest. Chapter 1. The Weight of Stones and Silence. The house stood where the forest had learned to grow around it, as if the trees had made a silent agreement to leave this particular space untouched. It was built entirely of stone, gray stones, some smooth from the river that ran somewhere deeper in the woods, others rough and angular as if they had been pulled from the earth itself. The walls were thick enough that sound from outside became muffled to almost nothing once you stepped through the heavy wooden door. The roof was stone as well, flat slabs laid carefully across beams that had darkened with age but remained solid. She had found it in late summer, walking paths that didn't seem to lead anywhere in particular. The forest had grown dense that year, or perhaps it had always been dense, and she simply hadn't noticed before. Branches reached across the narrow trail, creating a canopy that filtered sunlight into patterns that moved across the ground as the day progressed. She had been walking for hours, though time felt different under the trees, stretched and compressed simultaneously, when she saw the corner of something too regular to be natural. At first, she thought it might be a large boulder, but as she pushed through the undergrowth, she saw the straight edges, the deliberate stacking, the window openings with their stone sills. The house seemed to emerge from the forest floor itself, as if it had always been there, waiting. Moss covered much of the northern wall. Vines had climbed the eastern side, their leaves turning red even though most of the forest was still green. The door hung slightly crooked but remained closed. She stood for a long time before approaching, studying the structure, trying to understand what it was doing here, so far from any road or trail she knew. There were no other buildings nearby, no ruins of outbuildings or fences that might suggest this had once been part of something larger. Just the house, solitary and complete, surrounded by trees that pressed close but did not quite touch. When she finally walked to the door and pushed it open, the hinges made no sound. The door swung inward smoothly, as if it had been opened recently, though dust lay thick on everything inside. The main room was larger than it had appeared from outside, the thick walls creating an illusion of smallness from the exterior. A fireplace dominated one wall, its opening large enough to stand in, its stones blackened from countless fires. A wooden table stood in the center of the room, its surface gray with dust but the wood beneath still solid. Two chairs, a bench along one wall, shelves built into the stone. The furnishings were minimal but sufficient. Two smaller rooms opened off the main space. One held a narrow bed with an iron frame, the mattress long gone, but the frame intact. The other was empty except for more shelves and a small window that looked out into the densest part of the forest. Everything was covered in dust, but beneath the dust, nothing seemed damaged. It was as if someone had simply walked out one day and never returned, leaving everything in place, waiting. The house responded to her attention, seeming to wake gradually from its long sleep. As she cleaned, she discovered small details, marks on the stones that might have been names or dates, too worn to read clearly. A hook by the door for hanging coats, a shelf at just the right height for candles, niches in the walls near the fireplace where someone had kept things they wanted within easy reach. The house revealed itself slowly, each detail suggesting the lives that had been lived here, the routines that had shaped its spaces. After a week of visiting, she brought supplies, candles, matches, a few dishes, some food. She built a fire in the fireplace, half expecting the chimney to be blocked, but the smoke rose smoothly and disappeared. The fire changed everything, bringing warmth and light, making the stone walls glow, creating the sound of crackling wood that filled the silence without destroying it. She sat in one of the chairs, watching the flames, feeling the house settle around her, and made a decision that felt both sudden and inevitable. She would stay here, not permanently, perhaps, but for a while, long enough to understand what this place was, why it drew her so strongly, what it had to teach her. She had no urgent obligations pulling her elsewhere, no ties that couldn't be temporarily loosened. The house was here, waiting, and she found herself willing to accept its unspoken invitation. The transition happened gradually over the next few weeks. She brought more supplies each time she visited: blankets, a sleeping bag, more food, tools for repairs, books, a few changes of clothes. She didn't inform anyone of her plans, partly because she couldn't quite explain them, partly because explanation seemed unnecessary. People would notice her absence eventually, but by then she would be settled, and the settling itself would be explanation enough. The forest in late summer was at its fullest, the trees heavy with leaves, the undergrowth thick and green. She learned the path between her previous dwelling and the stone house until she could walk it without thinking, her feet finding the way automatically. She learned the sounds of the forest at different times of day: the morning chorus of birds, the afternoon quiet when even the insects seemed to rest, the evening when new sounds emerged as day creatures gave way to night creatures. She began to develop routines, simple patterns that structured her days. She woke with the light that came through the windows, built up the fire if it had died during the night, heated water for tea using herbs she gathered from the forest. She ate simple breakfasts, then spent the morning hours working on the house, repairing, cleaning, organizing, gradually making the space more livable while respecting what it already was. The stone walls required little maintenance, but the roof needed attention. She found places where water had seeped through, where stones had shifted slightly, where moss needed clearing. She worked carefully, learning as she went, discovering that the work itself was satisfying, that using her hands to improve the structure created a relationship between her and the house, a sense of mutual care. Afternoons, she explored the surrounding forest, learning its geography, discovering its secrets. She found the river she had suspected was nearby, a clear stream that ran over rocks and formed pools deep enough to bathe in. She found clearings where sunlight reached the forest floor and wildflowers grew in profusion. She found trees so large their trunks would take several people linking hands to encircle, their branches spreading like shelters overhead. She gathered what she needed from the forest: wood for the fire, mushrooms and berries for food, plants she recognized as useful for medicine or tea. She moved through the trees with increasing confidence, learning to read the subtle signs that indicated what was safe to eat, where water collected, which paths led somewhere, and which simply wandered. The forest was generous, offering abundance to those who knew how to see it. Evenings, after returning to the stone house, she cooked simple meals over the fire, ate slowly, then sat watching the flames as darkness gathered outside. She read by candlelight, the flickering light making the words dance slightly on the page, requiring a different kind of attention than reading by electric light had demanded. She found she read more slowly here, more carefully, each page lasting longer, each book becoming a companion for many nights rather than being consumed quickly and set aside. Sleep came easily in the stone house. The darkness was complete once the candles were extinguished and the fire had died to embers. The quiet was profound, broken only by the small sounds of the house itself, the occasional settling of stones, the whisper of wind finding its way through small gaps, the distant call of an owl. She slept deeply, dreamlessly most nights, waking rested and ready for the next day's routines. As the first weeks passed and became a month, she noticed changes in herself. Her hands grew calloused from work. Her body grew stronger from walking and carrying and lifting. Her mind grew quieter. The constant chatter of thoughts that had once filled her head gradually diminishing, leaving space for a different kind of awareness, one more focused on the immediate and physical, less concerned with abstractions and worries about past or future. The house accepted her presence the way the forest accepted rain or sun, without judgment, without expectation. She was simply there, and being there was enough. The thick stone walls sheltered her. The fireplace warmed her. The space held her in its ancient embrace, and she found herself relaxing into that embrace, letting go of tensions she hadn't known she was carrying, settling into a life that was simpler and slower and somehow more real than the life she had left behind. And still summer slowly gave way to early autumn, the light changing, becoming more golden, the temperature of evenings dropping slightly, the first leaves beginning to turn at the edges of the forest, and she remained, watching these changes, noting them without anxiety, without any sense that she needed to be elsewhere, content to simply be here, in this stone house, in this forest, as the days grew shorter and the nights longer, as time moved at its own pace, unhurried and inevitable, carrying her along like the stream carried leaves toward whatever came next. Chapter 2: The Language of Stone and Season. The stone house taught her patience in ways she hadn't anticipated. Each stone in the walls had been chosen and placed deliberately, fitted with its neighbors to create a structure that had lasted decades, perhaps longer. She found herself studying the walls during quiet moments, tracing with her eyes the patterns the builders had created, the way larger stones anchored corners and openings while smaller stones filled the spaces between, everything locked together in a puzzle that had no single solution but worked perfectly as it was. She began to understand that the house had moods, or perhaps she simply became more attuned to its subtle variations. On sunny days, the stones absorbed warmth and radiated it back into the rooms, making the interior comfortable even without a fire. On cloudy days, the walls remained cool, and she needed the fireplace to ward off the chill. During rain, the stones darkened, their gray deepening to almost black, and the air inside became heavy with moisture despite the roof's protection. The rain itself was different here than in other places she had lived. It came more suddenly in the forest, clouds gathering quickly, the first drops large and scattered, then increasing until the sound on the stone roof became a constant rushing. She loved rain days, loved the excuse to stay inside, to sit by the fire with tea and a book, to watch through the windows as the forest disappeared behind curtains of water, to listen to the varying intensities as the storm moved through, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, always temporary. Autumn arrived properly in September, though she had stopped tracking dates with any precision, knowing the month more by the color of leaves and the angle of sunlight than by any calendar. The forest transformed gradually, starting with the maples that turned brilliant red, then the oaks that shifted to russet and gold, then the birches that became yellow. The stone house sat in the midst of this transformation, unchanged by the seasons turning, a permanent anchor in a world of flux. She gathered supplies for winter, a task that occupied much of her time as autumn progressed. Firewood was the primary concern. She collected fallen branches, selecting the driest, dragging them back to the house, cutting them to size with a saw she had brought, splitting the larger pieces with an axe. The work was physically demanding, leaving her tired in a satisfying way, her muscles aching pleasantly, her sleep deep and untroubled. She stacked the wood along one wall of the house, creating a reserve that grew steadily, each piece representing effort and preparation. She estimated how much she would need, calculating based on how quickly the fire consumed wood, how cold the winter might become, how long she intended to stay. The calculations were imprecise but reassuring, the physical presence of stacked wood providing a sense of security. Food required attention as well. She gathered nuts from the trees, filling bags with walnuts and acorns and chestnuts. She picked the last of the berries, making simple preserves by cooking them with wild honey she had found in a hollow tree, storing the results in jars. She dug roots from plants she had learned were edible, cattail tubers from the stream's edge, wild onions from the clearings, burdock from the disturbed areas where trees had fallen. The garden appeared in early autumn, not planted by her, but discovered behind the house, overgrown but still recognizable. Someone had cultivated this space once, had built raised beds with stones, had brought in soil and amended it. Now it was wild again, but certain plants persisted, herbs mostly, tough perennials that had survived neglect. She cleared the beds, pulled invasive weeds, discovered mint and thyme and something that might have been sage. She harvested what was there and began planning what she might plant come spring. She learned to preserve food in the ways people had preserved food before refrigeration, drying, smoking, storing in cool places. The stone house had a small cellar, accessed through a trapdoor in the main room's floor. The space below was cramped but cool, the temperature constant, the air dry. She stored her jars and bags of nuts there, arranging them carefully, taking inventory, feeling a deep satisfaction in this tangible proof of preparation. As autumn deepened, the forest began its slow process of going dormant. Leaves fell in increasing numbers, creating a carpet of color on the ground that gradually browned and compacted. The undergrowth thinned as plants died back or withdrew into roots. The birds changed, some species disappearing as they migrated, others arriving from further north, their songs different, their behaviors adapted to the changing season. She walked every day still, but the walks became shorter as temperatures dropped and daylight diminished. She explored different areas, discovering that the forest had territories, that certain animals seemed to claim certain spaces, that the landscape had features she hadn't noticed before. A rocky outcrop with a view over the valley, a grove of pines that remained green while everything else faded, a fallen tree that had become home to countless insects and fungi. The fungi fascinated her particularly. They appeared everywhere in autumn, shelf fungi on dead trees, mushrooms pushing up through leaf litter, strange formations that looked like coral or brains or flowers made of flesh rather than petals. She learned to identify the edible ones cautiously, taking small amounts first, watching for any adverse reactions, gradually expanding her knowledge. Some were delicious, some were bland, some she left alone, uncertain of their safety, content to simply observe their strange beauty. The stone house required winterizing, a process she approached methodically. She checked every window, filling gaps with cloth and moss. She examined the door frame, adding strips of hide to block drafts. She cleaned the chimney more thoroughly, ensuring no blockages would cause smoke to back up. She moved her bed closer to the fireplace, arranging her limited furniture to create a smaller space within the larger room, easier to heat, more efficient. She had conversations with herself sometimes, speaking aloud to hear a human voice, to keep language alive in her mouth. She narrated her tasks, described what she saw, commented on the weather. The words felt strange at first, self-conscious, but gradually became natural, a way of processing experience, of maintaining some connection to the social creature she had been. The stone walls absorbed her words without echo, accepting them as they accepted everything. October became November, though the transition was marked more by falling temperatures than any clear boundary. Frost began appearing on the grass in the mornings, delicate crystals that melted as soon as sunlight touched them. The stream's edges developed thin ice that thickened slowly, never quite covering the water completely, but creating interesting patterns and formations. The sky became frequently overcast, gray clouds moving slowly, sometimes releasing rain, sometimes just threatening it. The first snow arrived in mid-November, small flakes that melted on contact with the still warm ground. She stood outside watching it fall, feeling the flakes land on her face, tiny cold touches that dissolved immediately. The forest was quiet during the snowfall, animals sheltering, birds silent, only the soft sound of flakes accumulating on leaves. It lasted an hour, then stopped, the clouds breaking apart to reveal blue sky and pale sun. Real snow came a week later, overnight, silently, so that she woke to a transformed world. The forest had become monochrome, white ground, dark trees, gray sky. The snow muffled sound even more than the stone walls did, creating a silence so complete it seemed to have physical presence. She dressed warmly and ventured out, her feet breaking through the snow's crust, leaving tracks that were the only marks in an otherwise pristine landscape. The stone house stood out more starkly against the snow, its gray walls darker by contrast, smoke from its chimney the only movement in a frozen scene. She looked back at it from the edge of the clearing, seeing it as visitors might have seen it long ago, a shelter in the wilderness, a place of warmth and safety, surrounded by cold and uncertainty. She felt a surge of affection for the structure, for its solidity, for the way it had accepted her presence and kept her safe. Winter settled in properly after that, the snow persisting, accumulating with each new storm, transforming the landscape more completely with each addition. The forest became harder to navigate, the paths she had learned now hidden beneath white. She walked less far, staying closer to the house, content to watch the season from her windows, to tend her fire, to read and rest, and simply be still. The rhythm of days changed to match the season. She woke later, the mornings darker, the light slower to arrive. She kept the fire burning constantly now, feeding it through the night, waking sometimes to add wood, the task so routine it barely interrupted sleep. She spent more time cooking, making soups and stews that simmered for hours, filling the house with rich smells, providing hot meals that warmed from the inside. She discovered that winter had its own beauty, that the starkness revealed things the summer foliage had hidden. The bones of the forest became visible, the way trees grew in relation to each other, the underlying contours of the land, the patterns water had carved over years. The light was different too, thinner but clearer, making distances seem greater, making the sky seem closer, making everything more immediate somehow. She read more in winter, working through her small library slowly, then starting again, finding that books revealed different things on second or third readings. She had poetry, which seemed particularly suited to the stone house's quiet, the condensed language matching the condensed life she was living. She had practical books about plants and weather and survival. She had novels that transported her to other places and times, though she found herself less interested in plot than in prose, in the rhythm of sentences, in the way words could create atmosphere and mood. Time became even more elastic in winter, the dark mornings and early evenings creating the sense that days were shorter than they actually were, though she knew intellectually they were the same length as days anywhere else. She stopped trying to track dates entirely, letting go of the calendar's tyranny, knowing only that it was winter, that it was cold, that the days would eventually lengthen but for now remained contracted, and that was sufficient. The stone house held the cold at bay, but just barely. Frost formed on the inside of the windows on particularly cold nights, creating patterns that reminded her of ferns or feathers or abstract art. She scraped it off in the mornings, the ice falling in small cascades, melting quickly once it hit the floor near the fire. She wore layers always, wool and leather and fur, pieced together from what she had brought and what she had made, practical rather than beautiful, but adequate for the purpose. She thought sometimes about the people who had built this house, who had lived through winters here before her. What had their lives been like? Had they been alone as she was? Or had they had family, community? Had they chosen this solitude, or had circumstances forced it upon them? The house provided no answers, only the evidence of its own existence, the fact of its careful construction, the proof that someone had valued this place enough to build something permanent here. And still winter continued, week after week, the snow deepening, the cold persisting, the days short and the nights long, and she remained in the stone house, warm and safe, watching the season unfold, waiting without impatience for the eventual turning towards spring, content to exist in this suspended time, this quiet interval, this winter that asked nothing of her but survival and patience, both of which she found herself capable of providing, day after day, night after night, as the fire burned and the snow fell and the forest slept beneath its white blanket, dreaming whatever dreams forests dream when winter holds the world in its cold embrace. Chapter 3: The Subtle Thawing of Frozen Hours. The snow began to recede in ways too slow to notice day to day, but undeniable over weeks. First, around the bases of trees where their retained heat melted a moat. Then on the southern-facing stones of the house where sunlight hit most directly. Then in patches throughout the forest where some combination of elevation and exposure created warmth enough for melting. The process was gradual, irregular, frustrating in its lack of clear progression, but inevitable. She had lived through the entire winter in the stone house, had survived the coldest weeks when even the fire seemed insufficient, when she wore every piece of clothing she owned layered one over another, when going outside for firewood required mental preparation and physical recovery afterward. Those weeks had tested something in her, not her resolve exactly, since she had no thought of leaving, but her capacity for endurance, for accepting discomfort, for continuing routine tasks, even when every part of her wanted to simply huddle by the fire and wait for warmth. The stone walls had served her well, their thickness providing insulation that thinner walls could not have offered. She understood now why the builders had chosen stone, why they had made the walls so thick, why the windows were relatively small and few. The house was designed for this climate, built by people who understood winters here, who knew what was necessary for survival. She felt grateful to them, these unknown builders, felt connected across time by shared experience of this space, this season, this necessity. As the snow melted, it revealed the landscape's winter damage. Branches broken by the weight of snow. Areas where deer had stripped bark from trees in desperation for food. The garden beds, when they finally emerged, were a mess of dead plants and accumulated debris. The forest looked tired, worn, ready for renewal but not yet renewed, caught in that in-between state that was neither winter nor spring, but something transitional and uncertain. The stream, which had frozen and thawed and frozen again throughout the winter, became fully liquid in March, its voice returning, the sound of running water audible from the house when the wind was right. She visited it on the first warm day, found it swollen with meltwater, running faster than she had ever seen it, cloudy with sediment, powerful in a way it had never been during the gentler months. She stood watching it for a long time, mesmerized by its movement, its energy, its transformation. Birds returned in increments. First, the early migrants, arriving when snow still covered much of the ground, singing tentatively as if checking whether spring was real or illusion. Then others in waves, different species appearing in sequence, their arrival timed to the emergence of the insects they fed upon, the plants they nested in, the conditions they required for survival. The forest filled with sound again, the winter silence breaking apart, replaced by songs and calls and the rustle of wings through branches. She cleaned the stone house thoroughly as spring approached, opening windows on warm days to air out the accumulated stuffiness of winter, sweeping and scrubbing, washing fabrics that had grown dingy from smoke and use. The house seemed to appreciate the attention, seemed to breathe more easily, the air inside becoming fresher, lighter, less heavy with the smell of fire and enclosed space. She encountered other signs of life she hadn't seen during winter's stillness. Deer with new fawns, the young ones all legs and uncertainty, following their mothers through the undergrowth. A fox den in a rocky outcrop, the young playing outside while adults watched warily. Bird nests in various stages of construction or occupancy, some species already feeding young while others were still building. The forest was busy, active, full of purpose and urgency after winter's enforced idleness. The stone house seemed smaller somehow in spring and summer, or perhaps she simply spent more time outside, making the interior feel confined by comparison. She rose earlier, went to bed later, using the extended daylight fully, working in the garden, walking the forest, performing maintenance tasks, gathering what she needed. Her body grew brown again, her muscles redefining themselves for the warmer season's different demands. Summer arrived with heat that built gradually, each day slightly warmer than the last, until suddenly it was hot, truly hot. The stone house's thick walls a blessing again, keeping the interior cool even when outside became uncomfortable. She worked in the mornings and evenings, resting during the afternoon heat, sitting in the shade, watching the garden grow, watching the forest shimmer in waves of rising air. The garden produced abundantly, reward for the careful preparation, for the attention paid to soil and watering and weeding. She harvested greens first, then herbs, then vegetables as they ripened, tomatoes and squash and beans, cucumbers and peppers, onions and garlic. She ate well, supplementing the garden's produce with what she gathered wild, creating meals that were simple but satisfying, fresh in a way that food from her previous life had rarely been. She preserved what she couldn't eat immediately, repeating the processes she had learned the previous year, this time with more confidence, more skill. She dried herbs in bundles hung from the ceiling beams. She made preserves from berries and wild fruits. She stored root vegetables in the cellar, arranged to allow air circulation, checking them regularly for any signs of spoilage. The work was endless but rewarding, each jar filled, each bundle dried, representing security against future need. The stream became her refuge during the hottest days. She bathed there regularly, the cold water shocking and refreshing, washing away sweat and dirt, leaving her feeling renewed. She floated on her back sometimes, staring up at the canopy, letting the current move her gently, her body weightless, her mind empty of thought, simply experiencing the sensation of water and light and the sound of the stream moving over rocks. She had been in the stone house for nearly a year now, though the thought surprised her when it occurred to her. A full cycle of seasons, a complete revolution of the earth around the sun, a year of her life lived in this place, in this way. She tried to remember who she had been before and found the memories distant, faded, as if they belonged to someone else. That person had worried about things that seemed absurd now. That person had filled time with activities that seemed pointless in retrospect. That person had been looking for something without knowing what. Had she found it? She wasn't certain she could articulate what it was, but she felt different, changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Her body was stronger, more capable, more attuned to physical sensation. Her mind was quieter, less cluttered, more focused on immediate experience. Her sense of time had shifted, becoming less linear, less urgent, more cyclical. She lived within the season's rhythms rather than fighting against them, accepted what each day offered rather than demanding it provide something else. The stone house had become home in the deepest sense, not just a shelter, but a place that shaped her, that she shaped in return, the relationship reciprocal and evolving. She knew every stone in the walls, every board in the floor, every peculiarity of how the fire drew, how the windows let in light, how the roof sounded when rain fell. The house knew her too, in whatever way houses know their occupants, accommodating her habits, holding her routines, witnessing her life without judgment or expectation. She wondered sometimes if she would ever leave, and found the question impossible to answer. Leave to go where? To return to what? The life she had left seemed not just distant, but fictional, something she had read about or been told about rather than actually lived. The stone house and the forest and the stream and the garden. These were real, immediate, undeniable. Everything else had faded to the status of dream or story. Autumn arrived again, the second autumn, the leaves beginning their transformation, the air taking on that particular crispness that signaled change. She recognized the signs now, knew what each one meant, knew what preparations were needed. She felt ready, confident in her knowledge, secure in her routines. The cycle would continue, winter would come again, and she would be here to meet it, to endure it, to survive it, and welcome the next spring. She gathered firewood with the ease of practice, knowing how much she needed, where to find the best wood, how to stack it for optimal drying. She checked her food stores, assessed what needed supplementing, made plans for final harvests and preservation. She inspected the house, looking for any repairs needed before winter, finding only minor issues that she addressed methodically. She felt competent, capable, suited to this life in ways she had never felt suited to her previous existence. The days grew shorter, the nights longer, the temperature dropping in increments. The forest began its withdrawal, the lush growth of summer dying back, the animals preparing for scarcity, everything entering the mode of conservation, of endurance, of waiting for better conditions. And she prepared with them, joining the forest's rhythm, accepting the cycle, ready for what came next. The stone house stood solid and unchanging, its thick walls ready for another winter, its fireplace prepared to provide warmth through the cold months, its spaces familiar and comfortable, its presence a constant in a changing world. She looked at it from the edge of the clearing one evening, smoke rising from the chimney, light visible in the windows, and felt something she identified as contentment, though the word seemed insufficient for the deep satisfaction, the rightness, the sense of being exactly where she needed to be. And night fell, and the fire burned, and the forest settled into its evening sounds, and she sat in the stone house, warm and safe, watching the flames, thinking about nothing in particular, simply being present, simply existing, the hours passing unmarked, the days accumulating, time moving in its steady progression toward winter, and then spring, and then summer, and then autumn again. The great wheel turning, carrying everything with it, including her, including this house, including this moment and all moments, endlessly, inevitably, without beginning or end. Chapter 4. The Echo of Footsteps Long Silent. The second winter passed more easily than the first. Armed as she was with experience and knowledge, with confidence in her preparations and understanding of what the season would demand. The cold was no less severe, the snow no less deep, but she met them without the uncertainty that had marked her first winter, without the underlying question of whether she could actually survive here. She knew now that she could, that she had, that she would continue to do so. Spring's arrival was familiar this time, its signs recognizable, its progression through stages she had witnessed before. The melting snow, the returning birds, the gradual greening of the forest, all of it happened as it had the year before, but her experience of it was different, informed by memory, enriched by comparison. She noticed things she had missed the first time, subtle variations in timing, slight differences in how plants emerged or birds arrived. The garden that second spring benefited from her increased knowledge. She knew which areas produced best, which crops thrived, and which struggled, when to plant each seed for optimal growth. She worked the soil with confidence, amended it thoughtfully, planted with the assurance that comes from successful experience. The results showed in the harvest, more abundant, more varied, more than sufficient for her needs. Summer brought its heat again, its long days, its steady rhythm of work and rest, of growth and harvest, of maintenance and gathering. She moved through the tasks with practiced efficiency, her body knowing what to do without requiring conscious direction, her mind free to wander or empty itself completely, whichever seemed appropriate to the moment. The stone house remained cool, the forest provided shade and water, and life continued its gentle unfolding. It was during this second summer that she found the other stones, the ones that would change how she understood the house and its history. She was expanding the garden, clearing a new section, digging into soil that had been undisturbed for years, when her shovel struck something solid. She assumed it was a root or rock, but when she cleared the soil away, she found a stone, flat and rectangular, with marks on its surface. She worked more carefully after that, clearing dirt with her hands, revealing more stones, eventually uncovering what was clearly a pathway, old and buried, leading from the house toward the forest. She followed it, digging carefully, uncovering stone after stone, each one deliberately placed, each one part of a design that had been hidden beneath decades of accumulated soil and leaf litter. The path led to what she initially thought was a large boulder, but revealed itself, after clearing away vegetation, to be another structure, smaller than the house, built into the hillside, its entrance facing away from prevailing winds. The door had rotted away completely, leaving only stone jambs marking where it had been. Inside, the space was dark and cool, the air smelling of earth and dampness and long undisturbed time. She returned with a candle, entered cautiously, found herself in a single room carved partially into the hill and partially built out with stone walls. Shelves had been cut into the rock itself, and on these shelves sat objects. Jars, most empty but some still sealed, tools wrapped in cloth that disintegrated at her touch, a wooden box that held seed packets so old the paper crumbled when she tried to lift them. Someone had stored their provisions here, their tools, their seeds for future seasons. Someone had planned for continuation, for years stretching ahead, for life to go on. She spent hours exploring this space, careful not to disturb more than necessary, trying to understand what it told her about the people who had built it. The construction was similar to the house, careful, deliberate, built to last. The shelves were positioned precisely, the ventilation designed to keep air moving, preventing mold while maintaining coolness. This was not the work of someone temporary or uncertain. This was the work of someone who intended to stay, who built infrastructure for a life that would span years, perhaps decades. Over the following days, she discovered more foundation stones for structures that had disappeared completely, their wooden parts rotted away, leaving only stone bases that suggested outbuildings, a larger garden than she had imagined, perhaps even a barn or workshop. The forest had reclaimed everything wood and left only stone, creating an archaeological record of lives lived here long before her arrival. She wondered about these people constantly now, constructing stories from the fragments of evidence, testing theories against what she found. A family, probably, given the size of the structures, the extent of the garden, the amount of storage. Self-sufficient, clearly, living far from any town or village, making their life from what the forest provided and what they could grow. But why? And what had ended their occupation? And when? The stone house itself, when she looked at it with new eyes informed by her discoveries, revealed details she had overlooked. Marks on the walls that might be growth charts for children. A small carving near the door, initials perhaps, or a date, too worn to read clearly. Shelves at different heights, suggesting different users, adults and children both. The house had held a family once, had echoed with voices, with life, with the countless small sounds of people living together. This knowledge changed her relationship with the house somehow, added layers to her solitude. She was not the first to seek shelter here, not the first to build fires in the fireplace or watch seasons change through the windows or walk the forest paths. She was part of a sequence, a continuity, one link in a chain stretching back to the original builders and forward to whoever might come after her, if anyone ever did. She cleaned the storage structure, removed what had decayed beyond use, organized what remained. She began using it as the original builders had intended, storing her preserves there, her tools, her seeds. The space was perfect for the purpose, cool, dry enough, protected. She felt she was honoring those who had built it by using it properly, by continuing its purpose, by not letting it fall completely into ruin. The second year became the third became the fourth, and still she remained in the stone house, her life falling into patterns that varied slightly year to year, but remained essentially unchanged. She woke with the sun or before it, tended her fire, worked in her garden, walked the forest, prepared food, read by candlelight, slept when darkness and tiredness coincided. The routines were grooves worn deep, paths she followed without thought, comfortable in their familiarity. Her body continued to adapt to this life, becoming lean and strong, weathered by sun and wind and work. Her hands were permanently rough, scarred from countless minor injuries, capable and sure in their movements. Her hair had grown long, more gray in it now, though she rarely thought about appearance, caring only that it stayed out of her way while she worked. Her face, she knew without seeing it, must be lined, marked by weather and time, transformed from what it had been into something more elemental. Her mind had undergone a similar transformation, becoming less verbal, less analytical, more intuitive and immediate. She thought in images and sensations more than words, understood things directly rather than through description or explanation. Language remained available when needed, but felt increasingly like a tool she used occasionally rather than the medium in which her consciousness operated. The forest language of signs and seasons, of animal behavior and plant growth, of weather patterns and water flow, had become more fluent to her than human language. She spoke aloud less and less, sometimes going days without producing a word, communicating with nothing and no one, her life so solitary that speech had no purpose. When she did speak, her voice sounded strange, rough from disuse, the words coming slowly as if she had to remember how to form them. She wondered if eventually she would stop speaking entirely, if language would leave her completely, and found she didn't particularly care either way. The seasons continued their rotation, each year bringing subtle variations, a harder winter, a wetter spring, a summer of unusual heat, an autumn that lingered long before giving way to cold. She adapted to each variation, adjusting her routines, her preparations, her expectations. The forest taught her flexibility, taught her that plans were less important than responsiveness, that survival depended on noticing change and adapting to it rather than insisting conditions conform to what she wanted. She lost track of time completely somewhere in the fourth or fifth year, stopped trying to count years or mark anniversaries, let go of the human need to quantify and measure. She knew only seasons now, knew whether it was time to plant or harvest, to gather firewood or preserve food, to prepare for cold or enjoy warmth. The specific year, her age, how long she had been here. These became irrelevant details, facts without utility, information that belonged to a different way of living than the one she had adopted. Animals became more comfortable with her presence as years passed, recognizing her as part of the forest landscape rather than an intruder. Deer grazed in the clearing while she worked in the garden, barely acknowledging her presence. Birds nested in the eaves of the stone house, their songs becoming part of her morning routine. A fox visited regularly, sitting at the clearing's edge, watching her with intelligent eyes, neither friendly nor fearful, but simply observant, curious perhaps about this solitary human who had taken up residence in its territory. She found bones sometimes while walking, the remains of animals who had died in the forest, reduced by scavengers and weather and time to scattered pieces. She studied them, noting their structure, their size, trying to identify what creature they had belonged to. The bones reminded her of the stone foundations she had found, both evidence of lives ended, both slowly disappearing as nature reclaimed everything, both testament to the temporary nature of all existence. The stone house stood unchanged through all of this, its walls as solid in year 5 as they had been when she arrived, as they had been when built decades or centuries before. Stone endured in ways that flesh and wood and cloth could not, lasting beyond individual lives, beyond generations, creating permanence in a world of change. She felt gratitude toward the builders again, toward their choice of materials, toward their skill that had created something capable of outlasting them by so long. She made her own additions to the house and grounds, small improvements that might last or might not, but represented her presence, her care, her contribution to the site's ongoing story. She rebuilt a section of the stone wall that enclosed the garden, selecting stones carefully, fitting them together the way the original builders had, creating something that might survive her own eventual departure or disappearance. She carved a mark into one of the doorframe stones, not her name, which seemed too personal and too meaningless simultaneously, but a simple symbol, a spiral that represented nothing specific but felt right, felt like an appropriate signature. The years accumulated like sediment, like snow, like the leaves that fell each autumn and gradually compressed into soil. 5 years became 6, became 7, became 8 or 9 or 10. She truly had lost count, found she could no longer remember with certainty when she had arrived or how long she had been here. She existed in an eternal present, each day complete in itself, connected to past and future only by the season's rhythm and the routines she had established. She thought sometimes about the possibility of visitors, of someone else finding the stone house as she had found it, but in all her years here, she had seen no sign of other humans. No footprints that weren't her own, no distant smoke, no sounds of engines or voices or any indication that people existed beyond the forest boundaries. She was alone, completely alone, and had been for so long that the concept of other people had become abstract, theoretical, disconnected from her actual lived experience. Did she miss human contact? The question seemed to come from outside herself, from some memory of who she had been before, and she examined it carefully, honestly. She missed nothing. Or perhaps more accurately, the word miss implied a lack, an absence, a need unfulfilled, and she experienced none of these things. Her life was full without being crowded, sufficient without being excessive, complete in its simplicity. What could other people add that the forest and the stone house and her own company did not already provide? The forest had become her society, the trees and animals and birds her companions, the seasons her calendar, the stone house her family. She belonged here now, had been absorbed into the landscape as completely as the old foundations had been absorbed into the earth. She was not separate from the forest, but part of it, one more creature living out its existence among the trees, neither more nor less significant than the fox or the deer or the birds. And still time moved forward, seasons turning, years passing, her life continuing in its quiet routines, her body aging gradually, her mind settling deeper into the wordless awareness that had become her natural state. The stone house sheltered her, the forest provided for her, and she existed within their embrace, neither happy nor unhappy, but simply present, simply alive, simply here in this place that had somehow become the only place that mattered, the only place that was real, the center of a world that had contracted to a few acres of trees and stone and soil, and it was enough, more than enough. It was everything. Chapter 5, Where Light Falls Through Ancient Windows. The window on the eastern wall let in the morning sun with a particular quality that changed throughout the year. In summer, the light came early and bright, streaming directly through the opening, creating a square of illumination on the floor that moved gradually across the stones as the day progressed. In winter, the angle was different, the light arriving later, more oblique, touching the wall first before descending to the floor, pale and thin, but somehow more precious for its scarcity. She had learned to tell time by this light, not in hours or minutes, but in the rough divisions that mattered to her life. Morning, midday, afternoon, evening, night. The light told her when to rise, when to eat, when to work, when to rest. It was more reliable than memory, more honest than estimation. A clock that never needed winding, never stopped, never lost accuracy despite requiring no maintenance. The window glass, when she examined it closely, was clearly very old, imperfect, full of bubbles and waves that distorted the view slightly, creating a dreamy quality to everything seen through it. The glass was thick and surprisingly heavy, held in place by a simple wooden frame that she had to repair several times over the years as the wood aged and cracked. She wondered how the original builders had acquired this glass, how they had transported it here, how they had managed to install it without breaking it. Glass was precious, especially in a place this remote, and its presence spoke of intention, of investment, of building not just for shelter, but for comfort, for light, for connection to the world outside, even while sheltered within. She had developed a habit of sitting by this window in the late afternoon, when the light took on a golden quality, when the day's work was mostly done, when her body appreciated rest and her mind could wander without purpose. She watched the clearing from this position, watched the patterns of shadow and light, watched animals moving through or birds landing briefly before continuing elsewhere. The window framed her view, turned the world into a picture that changed constantly but remained composed, contained, manageable. Sometimes she wondered what she looked like from outside, if anyone were ever to approach and look through this window at her sitting here. An old woman by now, surely, her hair completely gray, her face weathered, her hands rough and scarred, her clothes patched and worn, her body thin from work and simple food. A hermit, a solitary, someone who had chosen or been driven to this extreme isolation, who had somehow survived and continued surviving year after year in this forgotten place. But there was no one to see her, no one to form such observations, no one to wonder about her or judge her choices or even know she existed. She was as forgotten as the stone house itself, as lost to the world as the family who had built it, visible only to the forest and its creatures, known only to the earth and stone and water that surrounded her. The thought brought neither sadness nor relief, but simply a recognition of fact, a truth acknowledged and accepted. Sleep came more frequently and lasted longer, her body demanding rest in a way it hadn't when she was younger. She napped during the day, slept deeply through the nights, woke sometimes uncertain whether it was morning or afternoon, needing to check the light through the window to orient herself. The boundary between sleep and waking had grown fuzzy, both states characterized by similar qualities of stillness and quiet awareness. She dreamed less, or perhaps remembered her dreams less, waking with only vague impressions that faded immediately. The dreams that persisted were simple: walking through the forest, sitting by the stream, working in the garden, the same activities that filled her waking hours, as if her sleeping and waking minds had merged, as if there was no longer any significant difference between the two states. The books she had read so many times had begun to fall apart, their pages loosening, their covers detaching, the paper itself becoming brittle. She handled them carefully but accepted their deterioration as natural, inevitable, the same process affecting everything, including herself. When pages fell out, she laid them carefully aside rather than trying to restore them to the binding. When covers separated completely, she stacked them separately, preserving them but acknowledging their independence from the books they had once enclosed. She had stopped writing in the margins or on the blank pages years ago, her few sentences and observations seeming pointless, her words unable to capture anything that needed capturing. What was there to say that the stone house and the forest didn't already say more eloquently through their simple existence? What observation could she record that would matter to anyone, including her future self? The impulse to document had left her, replaced by acceptance that experience was sufficient, that living required no annotation. The seasons continued turning, though she noticed them less acutely now, her attention softer, less focused, more diffuse. Spring came and plants grew, and she tended them minimally. Summer arrived and brought heat, and she sought shade and coolness. Autumn appeared, and leaves turned and fell, and she watched without particular emotion. Winter descended and brought cold and snow, and she stayed inside by the fire, warm enough, comfortable enough, content enough. The animals that visited the clearing had changed. The fox she had known for years no longer appeared, presumably dead, replaced by others that behaved differently, that didn't know her, that treated her as the stranger she was becoming even in this place she had occupied so long. Deer came and went. Birds arrived with the seasons and departed again. A bear passed through once, close enough that she watched it from the window, her heart beating faster, some primal fear surfacing briefly before subsiding as the animal moved on without incident. She found that she thought less about anything, her mind becoming quieter still, words becoming rare even in her internal experience. She existed in sensation and perception without naming or categorizing, seeing the forest without thinking forest, feeling cold without thinking winter, eating food without thinking hunger or meal or even food. Things simply were. She simply was. And this unmediated experience felt truer than any description or analysis could be. The stone house held her as it had always held her, its walls solid, its shelter complete, its presence unchanging in a changing world. She knew every stone, could have navigated the space blind, understood its sounds and smells and the quality of air within it more intimately than she had ever understood any place before. The house was less separate from her now than an extension of herself, or she was an extension of it, the boundary between occupant and dwelling having blurred to near invisibility. Time lost whatever remaining meaning it had held, becoming not even cyclical but simply continuous, a river flowing endlessly in one direction without divisions or markers, carrying everything along, including her awareness of its passage. There was only now, always now, this moment, and then this moment, and then this moment, each one complete, each one the only moment that existed, past and future both abstractions that had no reality, no relevance, no connection to actual experience. She woke one morning, or was it afternoon, to find snow falling heavily, the world outside the window white and vanishing, visibility reduced to almost nothing. She built up the fire, wrapped herself in blankets, sat watching the snow accumulate. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes, or perhaps days, the continuous snowfall creating a suspended time, a pause in the world's progression. Everything stopped, everything waiting, everything held in winter's white embrace. The fire burned down to embers, and she added wood, and it flared up again. The light outside grew dimmer, then dark, then dim again with dawn, or perhaps just a clearing in the clouds. The snow continued, piling against the window, reducing the view to a small circle of white. She sat very still, breathing slowly, her body heat sufficient within the blankets, her mind empty of concern or thought, simply witnessing the snow's accumulation, simply present for this moment of perfect stillness. When the snow finally stopped, after a day, 3 days, a week, the world had been transformed completely. Everything was buried beneath white, the clearing gone, the forest path invisible, the separation between earth and air erased by the uniformity of snow. She looked out at this transformed landscape and felt something shift within her, some final letting go, some ultimate acceptance of impermanence and change, and the absolute certainty that nothing lasted, nothing remained except the present moment, and even that was already passing, already becoming memory, already disappearing into whatever came next. She stood at the window for a long time, watching light play across the snow's surface, watching shadows move as the sun crossed the sky, watching nothing and everything simultaneously. The stone house held her, the forest surrounded her, the snow covered everything, and she existed within all of this, part of it, inseparable from it, as temporary and as eternal as the light falling through ancient windows, illuminating space that had held other lives before hers and would perhaps hold others after, or perhaps not. Perhaps she was the last. Perhaps when she was gone, the forest would finally reclaim the house completely, growing through windows and doors, pulling down walls, scattering stones, erasing all evidence that anyone had ever built here, ever lived here, ever watched seasons change through these windows, or warmed themselves by this fire, or walked these paths through the trees. And the light continued falling, and the day continued passing, and the seasons would continue turning, and everything would go on as it had always gone on, with or without her, with or without the house, with or without anyone to witness or remember or care. The forest would remain, growing and changing and enduring, vast and indifferent and beautiful, holding its secrets, keeping its time, breathing its slow breath through countless years, while she sat in the stone house, wrapped in blankets, watching the light, existing in this moment and no other, at peace finally, completely at peace, with nothing left to understand or achieve or become, simply here, simply alive, simply present as the afternoon deepened toward evening, as the fire burned low, as shadows lengthened across the stone floor, as the world turned slowly toward darkness, and darkness came, and night settled over everything, and still she sat, breathing quietly, the stone house around her, the forest beyond, time passing without sound or ceremony, carrying everything forward into whatever lay ahead, into silence, into stillness, into the long quiet that waits at the end of all journeys, patient and inevitable, like snow continuing to fall long after anyone is watching, like stones standing in forests no one visits, like light falling through windows into rooms grown empty, continuing, always continuing, even as everything ends.